perjalanan bermula dengan satu langkah, atau mungkin dengan satu halaman. Aku temui haluan di dalam kata-kata insan yang lain, menerangi mindaku.
Dengarkan Tuhan, suatu kisah hikayat syair asyik orang yang pisah. Seorang raja kabarnya sah, namanya konon Malik Sulaiman Shah. Baca je.
We would like to extend a warm and hearty welcome to everyone to the Statesman lecture, book talk, and book launching event by His Excellency Tun Pehin Seri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi Mituanku Ja'afar. The ceremony will begin shortly. Allow us to inform everyone a few things that need to be addressed to ensure the smooth running of our ceremony today. Firstly, we would like to request for your kind attention to turn off your mobile phone or switch it to silent mode. Secondly, all guests are only allowed to take photos from your own seat without using flash throughout the entire ceremony. Thirdly, it is our pleasure to have all guests to join this ceremony from the beginning till the end. All guests are not allowed to leave the hall during the ceremony except for inevitable matters. Kindly rise and stand at attention for the national anthem Negaraku and state anthem Ibu Pertiwiku. Please be informed that singing out loud is not required. Let us pay our respect in silence. Finally, should there be any emergency or fire, all guests are advised to remain calm and do not panic. Please walk calmly and in order towards the emergency exits. We hope that with your kind cooperation, the ceremony will run smoothly and successfully. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Announcing the arrival of His Excellency Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi Mituanku Jaafar, the Governor of Sarawak, and Her Most Gracious Topuan Dato' Patinggi Fauziah binti Muhammad Sanusi. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem Negaraku and state anthem Ibu Pertiwiku. Thank you. Please be seated. His Excellency Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar, the Governor of Sarawak and Chancellor, University of Technology Sarawak, with Her Most Gracious Topuan Dato' Patinggi Fauziah binti Muhammad Sanusi. The Honorable Dato' Sri Hajah Fatimah Abdullah, Minister of Women, Early Childhood and Community Wellbeing Development, Sarawak. The Honorable Dato Seri Roland Saga Wee Ing, Minister for Education, Innovation and Talent Development, Sarawak. The Honorable Dato Dr. Haji Abdul Rahman bin Haji Junaidi, Deputy Minister in the Premier's Department, Project Coordinator for Regional Development Agency, Kuching North City Commission and Islamic Affairs, with Yang Berbahagia Dating Harja Siti Shorgaya Ahmad Zaidin. The Honorable Dr. Anwar Rapai, Deputy Minister for Education and Innovation, Sarawak and Chairman, UTS Board of Directors. The Honorable Deputy Minister, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Khairuddin Abdul Hamid, Vice Chancellor of UTS, with Yang Berbahagia Datin Dayam Mariani Abanzen. Distinguished guests, Head of Department, members of UTS Board of Directors, members of UTS Management, members of the media. Welcome to the Statesman Lecture, Book Talk and Book Launching event by His Excellency Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi Bituanku Ja'afar. We feel greatly honored in sharing the pleasure of having your presence today. With your kind permission, His Excellency Tun, we shall now begin the ceremony. To begin today's ceremony, allow us to call upon Al-Fadil Ustad Haji Sheikh Muhammad Rusdi bin Haji Wan Yusuf to recite the Dua.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وبه نستعين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد صلاة تغفر بها الذنوب وتصلح بها القلوب وتنتدك بها العصوب وتلين بها الصعوب وعلى آله وصحبه ومن إليه منسوب Allahumma ya dhal fadl wal ihsan. O Allah, with gratitude and praise, we thank you for your boundless mercy and blessings, which have enabled us to convene here today in this Statesman lecture, book talk and launch by His Excellency, the Governor of Sarawak, Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Ja'far, together with Her Most Gracious Toh Puan Datuk Patinggi Fauziah binti Muhammad Sanusi. Allahumma ya Hafiz ya Raqib. O Allah, make this gathering beneficial to us, to strengthen our brotherhood and to foster closer bonds of goodwill, harmony and affection among us. Strengthen our unity, bind us together in cooperation and understanding, so that we may continue to live in peace, tranquility and mutual respect. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, we ask you to protect and bless His Excellency, the Governor of Sarawak, Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Ja'far, and Her Most Gracious Toh Puan Datuk Patinggi Fauziah binti Muhammad Sanusi. Prolong their lives in faith and devotion, and grant them health, safety and well-being. We also pray for the well-being of their beloved family. Likewise, we seek your protection and blessings upon the leaders of Sarawak and upon all of us present here today. Allahumma ya Hayyu ya Qayyum, with your generosity and grace, instill within us the spirit of service, sincerity and dedication in fulfilling our responsibilities with patience, perseverance and integrity, always abiding by the law and regulations. Perfect our life, O Allah, with noble character and high moral values. O Allah, make this gathering a blessed one, and our parting thereafter protected from sin. Our Lord, grant us goodness in this world and goodness in the hereafter, and protect us from the torment of the fire. And may peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, and his companions. And all praise belong to Allah, Lord of the universe. اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Shukran Zazilan Al-Fadil Ustad. May our event today run smoothly and be blessed by the Almighty. His Excellency Tun and Her Most Gracious Top One, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we would like to invite the Honorable Dato Seri Roland Saga Wee Ing, Minister for Education, Innovation and Talent Development Sarawak, to deliver his welcoming speech. Let us welcome the Honorable Dato Seri.
Terima kasih saudara pengacara majlis. Your Excellency Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar, the Governor of Sarawak and Chancellor of University of Technology Sarawak, and with her most gracious Tuan Puan Datuk Petinggi Fauziah binti Muhammad Sanusi, the Honorable Dato Sri Haji Fatimah Abdullah, Minister of Women, Early Childhood and Community Wellbeing Development, Sarawak, the Honorable Dato Dr. Haji Abdul Rahman bin Haji Junaidi, Deputy Minister in the Premier's Department, Project Coordinator for Regional Development Agencies, Kuching North City Commission and Islamic Affairs, with Yang Bahagia Datin Hajah Siti Syogayah Ahmad Zaidin, the Honorable Dr. Anwar Rafi'i, Deputy Minister of Education and Innovation Sarawak and Chairman of the Board of Directors of UTS, all Honorable Deputy Ministers and State Assemblymen, Yang Bahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Khairuddin Abdul Hamid, Vice Chancellor of UTS, and Yang Bahagia Datin Dayang Merani Abang Zain, distinguished guests, heads of department, members of UTS Board of Directors, members of UTS Management, and friends from the media. It is indeed a great honor for me as the Minister for Education, Innovation and Talent Development Sarawak to welcome everyone to this Statements lecture, book talk and book launching ceremony here at the University of Technology Sarawak. First and foremost, our deepest appreciation and thank you to His Excellency Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar, the Governor of Sarawak and the Chancellor of University Technology Sarawak, for granting us the honor to organize and host this distinguished event. This marks a significant milestone for this university, not only because it is the first Statesman lecture to be held here, but also because UTS has had the rare privilege of publishing His Excellency's books through our own Center of Publication, UTS Publisher. This journey actually began quite unexpectedly when several UTS professors, this one the secret came out already, were engaged in discussion with His Excellency on the importance for agency executives to understand the history, law, and governance involved in achieving their organizational goals. Along the way, the conversations also touched on significant moments in our nation's history, further enriching the perspective that would inspire today's lecture. In a lighter moment, Tun shared with us a new manuscript, a heartfelt and significant life story of himself. Give a clap, huh? From today onwards, you will know his history. The manuscript contains insight into His Excellency's family life, touching on events that happened even before he was born. There are a lot of old words and terminologies used which many of our youth today will not be familiar with. One such word is kebo, a busy kebo, which is a kind of small jar for carrying water from the well to the house. I believe that's what we had in the kampong before. Another word is kajang, which is the woven sliced nipah leaves used to make the wall of the house. That was how rich we were before. Recognizing its value, Professor Firdaus, one of the professors, boldly suggested that Tun publish the book with UTS publisher. To their delight, Tun agreed in April this year, and not for just one book. There's a bonus. 2 books. Triso Little Star. I believe this Triso was his place, his kampong before. And a poetry collection entitled Silence. So don't make any noise. Triso's Little Star takes us back to Kampong Triso. In the 1940s, a serene village life, framed by the rhythm of nature, faith, and tradition. It is a touching portrayal of resilience, unity, and the customs that define a community. Silence brings together the poetic voices of Tun, Yusuf Mustaner, and Diana Ninkan, offering personal reflections and cultural narratives that speak to heritage, history, and the enduring human spirit. For this university, this event reflects their role, not only as an institution of higher learning, but also as a center for knowledge sharing with people from all walks of life. I believe that such engagements enrich its academic environment and contribute to the intellectual and cultural heritage of Sarawak. As some of you might be aware, UTS has also been heavily involved in discussions with my ministry about the upcoming free tertiary education scheme, which will take effect from next year. We know that Tun has always taken a strong interest in education, And I am glad to take this opportunity to let you know that out of the 64 courses offered under this scheme, UTS is offering 15 of those courses. So you can still apply for a place here because it's supposed to be lifelong learning. However, we are not here to talk about my ministry. I know you are all eager to listen to His Excellency's lecture. Before I end my speech, I would like to once again say, on behalf of the ministry and the entire UTS family, to extend our deepest appreciation to His Excellency Tun for his trust and confidence in UTS to host this momentous event. So, without further delay, let us proceed to the highlights of the day. That will be the lecture from Tun himself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Honorable Dato Sri Roland Saga Wei In, for the welcoming speech. His Excellency Tun and Her Most Gracious Top One, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the ceremony will move on to a special session, the book talk. To guide us through this discussion, we have an esteemed lineup of guests. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our moderator, Dr. Fetiliana No Binti Pazila. And now for our brilliant panelists who will be sharing their insight with us today. First, from the book Tereso Little Star, we are pleased to welcome Mr. Raja Murugaya and Madam Nadira Abdul Rahman. Next, to provide insight into the profound walk of silence, we are pleased to welcome Yang Berusaha, Professor Dr. Muhammad Zainal Munshid Harum, and Interior Designer IDR Annie Jack Parker. Without further ado, I would like to hand over this session to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Fetiliana No Binti Pazila, to lead the book talk.
Thank you to the Master of Ceremony. His Excellency Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar, the Governor of Sarawak and Chancellor, University of Technology Sarawak, with Her Most Gracious Tuan Datuk Patinggi Fauziah binti Muhammad Sanusi, the Honorable Datuk Sri Hajah Fatimah Abdullah, Minister of Women, Early Childhood and Community Wellbeing Development Sarawak, the Honorable Datuk Sri Roland Saga Wei In, Minister for Education, Innovation and Talent Development Sarawak, the Honorable Datuk Dr. Haji Abdul Rahman bin Haji Junaidi, Deputy Minister in Premier's Department, Project Coordinator for Regional Development Agencies, Kuching North City Commission and Islamic Affairs, with Yang Berbahagia Datin Hajah Siti Shorgayah Ahmad Zaidin. The Honorable Datuk Dr. Anwar Rapai, Deputy Minister for Education and Innovation Sarawak and Chairman, UTS Board of Governors. The Honorable Deputy Ministers, Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Khairuddin Abdul Hamid, Vice Chancellor of UTS, with Yang Berbahagia Datin Dayang Mariani Abang Zin, distinguished guests, heads of department, members of UTS Board of Governors, members of UTS Management, and members of the media. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. On behalf of the University of Technology Sarawak, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all distinguished guests, respected panelists, and members of the audience present today for this very special book talk session. This morning, we are gathered to reflect upon and celebrate two remarkable literary works, Teresa's Little Star, authored by His Excellency the Right Honourable Yang di-Pertuan Negeri Sarawak, Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar, and Silence, a compilation of poems authored by His Excellency together with two distinguished authors, Diana Ninkan and Yusuf Mustanir. Our program will be divided into two sessions. The first 30 minutes we will focus on Teresa's Little Star, followed by another 30 minutes on Silence. Each book will be explored through reflections of our panelists, whom we are honored to have with us today. And to begin, I am delighted to introduce our panelists for Teresa's Little Star. We have with us today Mr. Rajah Murugaya and also Madam Nadira Abdul Rahman. Now, this memoir of the book is more than a personal recollection. It is a preservation of kampung life in the 1940s. It recounts the values, traditions, and resilience of Kampung Teresa, offering us both a glimpse into the past and lessons for the present. Now, Mr. Raja, with accounts of customs from childbirth, guided by the village midwife, to naming rituals and community traditions. Now, which tradition do you think, described in the book, should still be preserved today, and why, Mr. Raja?
Thank you, Dr. Fetty, His Excellency, Tun, most gracious top one, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there's one particular what they call it, tradition which I would like to preserve. I think it made it easier when our Honorable Minister was talking about this ipang, I think. So that's the tradition of washing your legs before you enter a house in the kampung. So this is one tradition I learned to keep until now, because I was brought up in a Malay kampung. I was staying 8 years with a Malay family. Actually, I called her Makcik Maimuna. So her insistence was every member of the family must wash their feet before they enter the house. So, of course, the reason is obvious, to wash off the dust. And, of course, those days, I think, in the villages, I was brought up in Kampung Nangka. Actually, I'm from Cebu. So it was muddy and all that. So I believe in Triso, it was muddy also, as described by Tun in his book. So that was the obvious reason. But there's another reason why I think most of us would not know. Okay, this was told by my Makcik, Maimuna. She was saying, as you go out late into the night, there's a possibility of the spirits following you from behind. I don't know if it's true. So she will tell us, please wash off the spirit, and you enter the house. So, and also, of course, those days, I think the villagers, they don't use footwear, they use, barefooted and all that. So that was one of the reasons. So this particular one, which even now, even among the Indian families, Indians, they believe that, for the simple reason that they don't want any spirits following into the house later, okay? That is one. And that is one. And another tradition which I think we should be followed is the tradition of tying a young the child when they're born. They call it bidong, I think. Bidong, I think. So in white cloth from chest to the legs, you see. So that was one of the tradition I think we should follow, because those days, the obvious reason is to make sure that the baby grows up to be straight and strong, the bones. And in later part of my life, it came in handy because my son was born bow-legged, you see. So my late wife was quite anxious, and she was asking the doctor. Doctor said, never mind, it would naturally, it would just, go. But then again, I was not confident. So I said, hey, why don't you try Makcik's, and she also was, and it was also mentioned in Tun's book. So the practice of wrapping the baby like a mummy. So Ravin, my son, grew up, he's a normal boy now. So I think that tradition of binding babies should continue. That is one of those. And another, sorry. Another, what do you call it, tradition, which I learned, and maybe soon with your permission, I'd like to do a demo. This tradition I learned when I was in the kampong. When you enter, say that there are, path sounded by people, what you do, you bend down. They call it tumpang lalu. So we do that, and this is, I think, should follow. It should be maintained. So those are the traditions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raja. I love that you managed to highlight a bit of our heritage and tradition, and I do hope that our younger generations could continue to preserve that little bit of tradition. Now, Madam Nadira, what were your first impressions when you started reading Teresa's Little Star?
Thank you, Dr. Fetty, His Excellency Tun, and Her Most Gracious Puan. When I first read the book, what struck me right away is the beauty of the language. It is precise, it's poetic, heartfelt and evocative. So I think maybe it's because I'm an English lecturer and I'm used to checking my students' grammar. So I naturally notice words, and I immediately could see how elegant and precise the author's language is. The flow of the writing feels like almost like a musical, and it makes it such a pleasure to read. The book, when I first read the first chapter, it really draws me in, because the opening chapter describes the dawn in Teresa, the mist that engulfed the village, the rhythm of the rain and the wind blowing. So it feels very majestic, very almost cinematic. I felt like I'm watching a film unfold right in front of my eyes, and I felt like I was being transported into a time that once was, when life was slower and very, I guess in a way, very fulfilling. So for me, other than the language aspect of it, as I read further, actually, I also am impressed with the story. Not really impressed, but I think that what stayed with me is the way the story is told. It's almost as if the TYT Tun is like handing us fragments of collective heritage that allows us to reimagine Sarawak's past, not through statistics or documents, but through lived experiences. So when I read the book, especially after I finished the first chapter, immediately I can say that our TYT Tun is not just a statesman, but he's also a craftsman of words. He's a writer who writes with passion, with precision, and with wisdom. So my first takeaway is that this book is a page turner. You can't put it down. You cannot wait to go to the next page to read. I want to know what happens next. I want to know what else can I learn from this book. Because there's a lot of insights that you can gain, especially into the past that we have long forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Naira. That's a wonderful way to describe your reading experience, and especially how it shows, it draws attention to the world and our tradition. And going back to Mr. Raja, one of the chapters named Share and Share Alike describe how villagers only took what they needed and shared the rest with the rest of the villagers. How do you think this principle contrasts with our current modern life?
Yeah, that's right, Dr. Fatih. That was in I think it's chapter 15, Share and Share Alike. Okay, those days in the kampong, as clearly, vividly described in Trisau, the villagers, they shared everything that they had. For example, like paddy. So excess paddy is shared, distributed, or maybe sold at a very nominal price. Okay? That is one of the things that they share. And other things like fruits, durians, nothing is gone wasted. They are always given to the neighbors. And again, it reflects my situation in Kampung Naka. Our neighbors will give kuih muih, everything they will just give, So we will take it and we exchanged cakes and all that. And likewise in Triso, there was in this chapter there was a description about hunters all acquiring weapons, guns. So it make it easier for them to hunt. And of course, with the advent of weapons and guns, it's easier or rather, the wastage would be there because you'll be hunting more than you require, animals, deers and whatnot. So again, it is mentioned that, they will take what is needed, the rest is shared, So that is one of the aspects that I think modernity has dispensed with, we don't find that anymore. And likewise, fishermen, it was described very vividly in Tun's book. Those days they had to row hard, and they wouldn't go far out into the sea because they don't have outboard. But with the advent of outboard motors, then there's a tendency for everybody to go far out into the sea. And that's where you get a lot of huge catch. So when they come back, again, they're either sold at a nominal price or they sell to the storehouse, and they're distributed to the villages. So this sort of sharing, you don't find it anymore now, So I think that, it is one of the aspects that I read in the book. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Raja. I think that highlights how different our world from the past and the current future. Going back to Madam Nadira, was there a particular scene or anecdote that made you feel nostalgic or emotional when you're reading the book?
Yes, actually there is this one chapter, it's called The Conditions to Marry, where Tuanku Jaafar went to Kampung Pendam as a way to prove to the future bride's family that he can recite the Quran, because that was the condition given by Tuanku Abdul Rahman in order for him to marry the future wife. So this particular occasion occurred during the fasting month of Ramadan. And although I grew up in a vastly different Sarawak, because I grew up in the late 1980s and throughout the 1990s, but this book was set in 1940s. But this particular tradition, the Ramadan tradition, I also have the same one during my childhood. However, the part that evoked the most feeling and memories for me is not any big dramatic scene. It's actually a very small part of the chapter. It's the one with the celapa, with nipah leaf cigarettes, and also the bitter leaves and areca nuts being served during pengilan. Because this immediately brought me back to my own childhood. Because in my family, we also have the same tradition. During pengilan or any family get-togethers, these same items would be placed in these intricately designed breast boxes, and then they will be placed in the middle of the house. Because during those times, during pengilan, the men and women will sit separately at different parts of the house. So you put it in the middle of the house so that everybody can have access to it without having to intrude into the other territory. And this particular memory reminded me of my own late grandmother, whom I love and miss dearly. Because as children, my siblings and I, we like to rummage through my grandmother's vanity table to look for things to play with. And we will always find bundles of these cigarettes tucked away in her drawer. Not because anyone in our house smoked, but because they are part of a tradition. They're part of the unique Sarawak Malay hospitality. Yeah. So for me, at that time, you don't really think much about it because it's a familiar sight for you, so it goes unquestioned. But through this book, it brought everything back to life, along with the memories of my grandmother, of family gatherings, of simpler times. So for me, it is like rediscovering a part of my own heritage that I have long forgotten, because somewhere along the line, this particular tradition has quietly disappeared from our family tradition. we no longer do this because nowadays during pengilan you just use, what do you call it, catering. Yeah, so we no longer do this kind of tradition anymore, and it's such a shame. So for me, not only is it like discovering my own heritage, but I think that's the beauty of this book. Because a single detail in TYT Tun's storytelling somehow opens a doorway to my own past. You know, so for me, it was not just nostalgia. It's also gratitude for the chance for me to remember and relive the memories. So thank you very much.
That's amazing, Madam Nadira, and I love that how it reflects on your own personal storytelling as well. Now, going back to Mr. Raja, the memoir, the book itself, situates us in a time before modern infrastructure, modern medicine, and even conveniences. How did it make you reflect on the progress that we have made since then?
Certainly, modernity has taken over Triso, and I'll give you one good example. In the book, it vividly describes how villagers use jala, this kilong, I think kilong, and there is one, one particular fishing method which I didn't realize it before. It is called rayai, and that is a fishing line with many hooks, you know. So that is one of the methods that they used, and I think all this has disappeared now. Even jala also you cannot find it. I used to fish in kampong with jala. I'm quite adapted to it. And kilong and all this, I think it's disappeared. It's all taken over by deep sea fishing vessels. So this is one area where modernity has taken over the village. And another one is healthcare. Those days we have herbs, and we have all these so-called traditional medicine practitioners. And we use things like, you know, the simple medications like cap kaki tiga. We used to have that, minyak kapak, and then of course the famed wigs. But I think slowly all these have disappeared because the reason why we had to resort to all this, as described in the book, is because I think the nearest clinic was far, far away. So they had to resort to all these medications. I think you don't see that anymore in the kampongs because sikit-sikit sudah napa pergi klinik. You know, so I think this is one of the modern things that's taken over. And then, of course, the communication facilities. You know, so at one time we used to depend on the river, and of course now we have roads. Even the boats have disappeared. Sampan has disappeared, and of course now it's replaced by good roads thanks to the state government because they wanted to develop the rural areas, and we have the bridges, the Batang Lupa and all that will, you know, soon connect. So I think that aspect, the village has been taken over by modern facilities, which is of course very good. We don't want them to stay, you know, rural, you see. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raja. I think it highlights definitely on the progress that we have achieved and the wisdom embedded in the simplicity in the modern life. Going back to Madam Nadira, if you could describe Tereso's Little Star in 3 words, that's a short word, what would they be, Madam Nadira?
Okay, personally, for me, the 3 words are a must read. It's completely summarizes the book. However, if we're talking about 3 adjectives that I personally will use to describe the book, they are authentic, inspiring, and timeless. For me, the book is authentic because the use of the local Sarawak vernacular and also the descriptions of lived experiences makes the book feel real, relatable, rooted, and true to the spirit of Sarawak. As TYT Tun has stressed before, there is an importance in preserving truth in our history and heritage, and this book does exactly that. Secondly, inspiring. The book reminds us that even the humblest beginnings can shape people of dignity, vision, and leadership. So TYT Tun reminds us to never forget and always be proud of our roots and to bring them into the future, because there is meaning, beauty, and dignity in a story that is worth telling. And lastly, timeless. Although the book is set in a particular place and in a particular era, but the values and the themes of the story that is central to the story, they are timeless. And they actually can be, it is just as relevant in today's fast-paced world. So they speak to all of us, no matter where we come from. So in short, for me, Teresa's Little Star is not just a book that you read once and you just put aside. It is a book that continues to speak to you. And it makes it truly a must read and truly, I would say, a must keep for everyone.
All right, thank you. That's an excellent selection of words, and I love how it explores your own personal feelings as well. My last question to Mr. Raja, do you think young readers today would connect with the struggles and simplicity of kampung life described in the book? Why and why not?
Thank you, Dr. Fetty. Before I answer this question, I appeal to all the youngsters to read this book. It is a must-read for youngsters, because if they want to know about the way the kampung life, it is vividly described in Tun's Triso. And I don't know, maybe perhaps the schools could get a copy each, and the teacher, English teacher or literature teacher could go, go through the book. Okay, to answer your question, I think our youngsters are more attuned to modern way of life. So it's very difficult to say whether they will connect, because I think they prefer modern life. They wouldn't want to go and struggle, work in the farm, to do farming, planting, and all the traditional methods. So one question, do you think the youth will see themselves in the quiet dignity, hardship, and routines of village life? I don't know. I think personally, very few would like to connect themselves, And would you believe the younger generation would prefer life in the farms or orchards, planting durians, langsats? I don't think so, Dr. Fetty, So they would rather experience the city life. But one way, if we want, or even the state wants youth to connect with village, and I mean not to forget about rural life, is to bring modernity to the rural areas rather than them migrating to the cities, which is happening, for example, in longhouses. So to answer your question, I think, personally, I think a lot of youth may be reluctant to be connected to the village.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raja. I think it definitely underscores how this book could help us bridge the past generation and the current generation. And maybe with Tun's permission in the future, we could have it being read in schools for the future generation. Now, thank you so much to both our panelists for those meaningful reflections on Teresa's Little Star. Now, we shall now move to our second part of the session, where we turn our attention to Silence, a distinguished collection of poems authored by His Excellency Yang di-Pertua Negeri Sarawak, together with two distinguished authors, Diana Ninkan and Yusuf Mustanir. It is my honor to introduce our panelists for Silence. We have with us today Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Muhammad Zainal Munshid Harun and IDR Interior Designer Annie Jeet Parker. Now, this anthology brings together deeply personal emotions, wartime memory, patriotic vision, and cultural travel, capturing in verse what prose cannot always convey. Now, the first poem is Silence, is intimate and emotional, and it was written by His Excellency Tun. It speaks of love, vulnerability, and fear of rejection, yet also a devotion so complete that it binds one's very existence. Now, Professor Dr. Zainal, what are your key takeaways from this poem?
Thank you, moderator. His Excellency Tun and her most gracious Tuan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. I'm very grateful and honored to be here and in these prestigious events, and for the opportunity to share my view in this inspiring anthology. Right? Before I forget, based on the threshold just now, according to Madam Nadira and Mr. Raja, a must read, but this silence is not only a must read, a must buy as well. Yeah? So we have, so I recommend all the audience to buy this very wonderful, I just want to promote the silent because we are the wonderful anthology, a collective of anthology, which is total of anthology in this collection is about 169, if not mistaken. And of course, when we have this the silence. In fact, the silence is number 11 in this anthology, right? Number 11. So when the audience want to buy, and when you get this, make sure you read the silent first, right? Because the silent, you will get a very different feelings, very different emotions, right? Okay, that is my so-called promotions to this anthology, right? Right.
Yes.
Okay, actually, to produce or to write a poem is not something that's easy, actually. I also write articles, I also write a report and abstracts, right? But when I look at this poem, which is silence, right, I some sort of surrender, actually, because the poem is not easy, Miss Annie, right? It's not easy, right? It's not easy to produce and to write, and because when you write a poems, you need 120%, right? You have to delve into this your 120% spirit, right? Your energy and also your emotion, because you want to make sure that the audience can extract a very meaningful from the poems that you produce, right? When we read stanza by stanza, especially this silence, we are very impressed, right? We are very impressed. I read it together, Miss Annie, this silence. We are very, very impressed. We can imagine how the author can produce a very wonderful, a very lovely, a very amazing poems, right? That can give a very meaningful, very from the previous perspective. If you read this poem, there is a 5 stanza of this poem, from stanza 1 until stanza 5, you can extract a lot of perspective, right? A lot of perspective. So in these mornings, I just want to highlight a few perspectives. But obviously, right, when we read these poems, right, we cannot run from the perspective of emotions, right? When the perspective of relationships, right? The perspective when a man loves a woman, right? The affection of this from the silence. Because when you look at the silence, it's not correlate with the emotion after the first place. But when you read and you dig it, yes, it's very true that silence is related with emotion, related with the feeling, actually. So when a man loves a woman, right? But what very unique in this silence, especially in every stanza, the author say that I live not to ask if you love me, right? Keep on repeating stanza 1, stanza 2, stanza 3, until stanza 5. What does it mean? Even though he loved that woman, but he don't want to take the risk to tell the woman that because they're afraid of rejections, yeah? But yet, right? Yet deep inside of the author, right? The author truly hopes, right? The author truly hopes that that one day, right, the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes. But when I extract the word hope here, right, it's bring me to another perspective, right? So hope, in first stanza, for example, I live not to ask if you love me, because you never do. I don't know whether you ever will. To him, I hope that you will do. To him that I hope. That brings me to another perspective, which is we have to trust to the Almighty God, right? In every situation, hope, we can define hope here is dua or pray, right? That's why in every situation, we have finally to trust the Almighty God. Yeah? So that is basically, because where we trust and Almighty God, all right, God willing, everything should be in the smooth situation, right? And so my last point, all right, Miss Annie, I know you are.
No worry, you can take your time.
My last point, let's think out of the box from these poems, right? The silence, right? The silence. The another perspective, right? When I read these poems, you know, the author is inspector, right? The inspector, you know how busy, right? To safeguard the nation. But in this same time, right? If the student here, right? You see it. In any things that we do, right? A discipline, time management, a patience is very, very important, right? It's not only we write a poems. In our study, in our daily life, dedication, time management is very, very important, right? When you read this poem, you cannot see. But if you think of the box, right, you will see that even though we are busy, even though we are in the uniforms, position or situation, if we have a time management, if we have these disciplines, we should be able to do anything, right? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Zainal, for that insightful reading. And I do believe that it shows how silence can hold both pain and resilience. Now, Miss Annie, what are your first personal reflections or interpretations upon reading this poem, Silence?
Thank you, Dr. Fetty, for the question. His Excellency Tun and her most gracious top one guests. I have a lot of agreement with Prof. Zainal, okay? It talks about a lot about emotion, but I also want to stress there are 3 points that I take from here. I find that this poem, Silence, speaks about life, love, and loss, okay? Right, the reason why I say it's about life, because to me, when I read it through, there are 5 stanzas, correct? It has a very strong sense of belonging. When you say that it's a sense of belonging, it also says the author speaks of a presence, a knowing, a notion of knowing, just understanding that just being there for the other person. It is true what you said, Prof. Zainal, earlier, it is about emotion, but when you extract it out a little bit more, it does speak of belonging, really wanting to belong into something of a presence. Then when with that, just being there for the other person, it grants unconditional love, which comes with the point number 2. So when you have unconditional love, it is an act of not wanting or not expecting any expectation. When you give an unconditional love, it is just true from what you have here to the next person, your loved ones. So to me, when the author, the giver of this unconditional love, it is saying, I will do almost anything for you. It sounds like the song by Meatloaf, sorry. Just putting that. Okay. So being that we'll do anything for your person, everybody has a person. So when you know your presence to be loved, and this is also, it will root a strong sense of yearning. When you yearn means you long for something, right? So the sense of yearning here, it seems that the longing, so to me when I see through again and again, especially towards the last two lines, all right, it seems that the author is longing for a realm of existence that claim and own the author's heart faithfully, of course in reality and in spiritually. So that's my take. So in all three, life, love, and loss, you actually sometimes matters are best unspoken, just to be understood. That is unconditional love to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Annie. A very thoughtful interpretation indeed. Now let's move on into our second poem for the day. This second poem, Jungle Patrol, was also written by His Excellency Tun, vividly portrays the life of soldiers in the jungle, enduring storms, surviving with maps, provisions, weapons, and dedicating themselves to the nation. It captures both the harshness of war and the spirit of valor. Now, Professor Dr. Zainal, how might audiences from different times, let's say the wartime and the current peaceful time, would interpret this poem differently?
Thank you, moderator. Allow me to read one stanza of this Jungle Patrol, right? We labor not for glory. We labor not for fame. For our people, king and our country. With our life, we try to bargain, right? It's a really touch my emotion when I read this, this stanza, right? Back to your questions, what is, what we can articulate from this Jungle Patrol, right? Between the wartime and also the peacetime, right? And just to add on, the author actually, when the author wrote these poems, is influenced by the song of Saracens by James Elroy Fleckers, which the author liked very much, right? So maybe you can go to YouTube. You can browse this, the song of Saracens. Is really touch your emotion actually, right? This is a Jungle Patrol, right? Of course, there is a difference time when in the wartime and also in the peacetime. We have to appreciate what has been, sacrificed by our previous generation in the wartime. In the wartime, they use weapon. Of course, they use weapon to protect, to protect our country, to protect our king, to protect our people. They sacrifice their life, and without seeking fame and also recognitions, right? So that is I think what we call the significant difference during the war times, right? They are really sacrifice their life only for one objective, right? To protect the people, to protect the king, and to protect the country, right? So what is our responsibility, our role in these current situations when we have a very, situation that are very peaceful, but our role is to appreciate what we have now. We also need to sacrifice. We also need to work together because we want to maintain the stability, and also we have to support each other, right, in order to maintain what we experience now, the peaceful that we experience, and finally, we need to focus in building more prosperous country. So that's actually my point of view, how we can differentiate between the wartime and also the peace time.
Thank you so much, Prophet Zainal. That's an excellent observation indeed. Now, going back to Miss Annie, if this poem were read by someone living in peace today, what lessons might they take from it?
That's a very tough question, actually, right? So, but Jungle Patrol itself, I find that, before I answer you, right, I'll explain why. I find that this poem is very intense, a very intense description of the journey, of the adventure, of a group of soldiers, or a person, or the author. It is going to a scene or a space of unfamiliarity. You are going to a space where a boundary, where it is unpredictable. You have no idea what's coming next, but they went through. This is like Prozana was saying, it is, when you read the last two, it is the stanza. It is for the love of the country. You're doing it because it's your duty. So when you have that love for the country, we hope, not only that in university, in UTS, we want to instill this in students, in the younger generation, to have the love of your country. Meaning when you love your country, you also should love others as well. We hope so, right? So coming again to this, when they do go to this battlefield, it is their playground. This is what they do. Here you build heroes. Similar, we do not have the experience what they went through before, especially the author. We can only imagine, especially when you read through the lines. It's a lot of events, everyday life. So to me, my take is to the young ones who are living presence today. We have never experienced such hardships. What we can do is to see and to learn to know the uncertainty, because the uncertainty is new. Embrace it, but with mindfulness. That's all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Annie. That's a very meaningful point. It highlights how wartime poetry reminds us to never take peace for granted.
Exactly. Don't take each other for granted as well.
Thank you so much. Now, we are moving into our third poem for the day, Juang Negarawan. This poem was written by Yusuf Mustani, who's also here with us today. Yusuf Mustani celebrates the journey of a statesman through trials of youth, battlefield courage, political service, and leadership. The line, Ilmu itu senjata mulia, reminds us the enduring power of wisdom. Now, Professor Dr. Zainal, the line, Ilmu itu senjata mulia, is striking, I believe. How do you interpret the role of knowledge here compared to the role of physical courage in the battlefield?
Okay, thank you, moderators. I have a short discussion with Mr. Yusuf Mustani just now. My first meet with Mr. Yusuf Mustani, and I told him that I'm going to give my perspective in this Juang Negarawans. I think he just took about 20 minutes to come up with a very beautiful poems here, right? These are Juang Negarawans. In Bahasa Malaysia, right? When the moderator mentioned about ilmu itu senjata mulia, right? I think knowledge is a prerequisite to be a true leaders, right? So in these poems, Mr. Yusuf Mustani made a story of a leader who grow with a noble values, courage, and also knowledge. Since the line is ilmu itu senjata mulia, in these poems, when I read these poems, there is 4 times that these poets mention about ilmu, mention about knowledge, right? For example, in line 9, ilmu disemai seawal mulia. Sorry, ilmu disemai seawal usia. In line 16, demi negara ilmu terus dikejar. In line 17, ilmu itu senjata. And in line 23, berilmu tinggi lagi bijaksana. So it's deeply true that from all these lines, knowledge is a very powerful, right? Especially with regard to this Juang Negarawan, with the knowledge that is very powerful, and you will be a true leaders, right? Because a leader with a knowledge has the ability to govern with justice and to make a wise decision. And finally, a leader with a knowledge can ensure a country continue to grow and remains competitive in the modern world. Right? So that my feedback.
That's a very powerful interpretation, I believe, and it shows how nations are not only defended by courage, ladies and gentlemen, but it is also built and sustained by knowledge and wisdom. Now, we're moving on to our last poem for the day, Netherlands on My Mind. Now, this final poem was written by Diana Ninkan, who's also here with us today. It reads like a travel diary in verse. It transformed visits to windmills, cheese farms, canals, and museums into something more lasting and reflective, showing how poetry can capture both place and feelings. Miss Annie, this poem feels like a travel diary in verse. How do you think this poetry can transform simple travel experiences into something more memorable or, let's say, artistic?
Right. When I was looking through the Book of Silence, there are lots of poems from Diana Ninkan, and I had the gracious opportunity to have met her earlier and to not talk about anything, but to surprise her of this book. The author writes a lot about experiences. That means travel experience, like you mentioned. How would it be into something memorable? Well, everyone travels. Everybody loves to travel. That I know, whether it's for free or not, who loves it. But when you travel, when someone travels, especially me, I tend to absorb when you travel. Whatever is in surrounding around you, absorb. Once you absorb, everything that you see is completely new, maybe for the first time. Then you learn to perceive things, perceive anggapan. You perceive things, what you see, in through of colors, everything. Then from there, you learn to express. When you express, these are the time when you start to click your phones to get your photographs, to get your video. But nowadays, sometimes the expression towards the end comes in poems, comes in writings, comes from images. So these are the things that the author is trying to do. So talk about this Netherlands on My Mind. It, again, is a very distinctive description. A lot of spaces, travels, whether it's tourists or it's not. It is the author interacting and exchanging with the situation. At the same time, the author is also using the sensory around it, the colors again, the details, the smell, the food that they have. So when all these are combined into one, it becomes something that a person wants to keep. You want to bring it back when you go home, balik rumah. So this is the memory. You, as an author, when you absorb, perceive, and you express, you are already narrating things. You are narrating the memory. When you narrate the memory, it's not the same. Sometimes when I look back at the lines that you spoke of, the Anne Frank's house, there are no photographs allowed. And when you vividly explain and you start writing about it, it actually brings you back to the space, to the place. So that, in sense of writing, is preserving the experience and the memory to me.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Ms. Annie. I think that's a thoughtful answer, especially when it shows how poetry doesn't merely record what we see,
Correct.
but preserves the emotions and reflections
Exactly.
that we make through travel and make it
Yes.
unforgettable.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists for today, both IDRNE, Professor Dr. Zainal, Madam Nadira, and Mr. Raja, for today's session. As we conclude today's book talk, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to our 4 panelists for their thoughtful contributions. Our discussion today have shown us that Teresa's Little Star and Silence are not just books, but a cultural treasure, preserving memory, history, patriotism, and personal reflection. We also take this moment to acknowledge with gratitude to the authors, His Excellency, the Right Honourable Yang di-Pertua Negeri Sarawak, together with the 2 distinguished authors, Diana Ninkan and Yusuf Mustanir, for giving us works that continue to inspire and enlighten. Finally, I thank our organizers and of course our audience, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of this meaningful exchange. With that, I formally close today's book talk. Thank you, and may you have a pleasant day ahead.
With that, we have come to the end of our book talk session. A sincere thank you to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Fatiliana No Binti Pazila, and to all our distinguished panelists for their insightful discussion. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony will now take a short break. We kindly invite everyone to please rise and remain standing as His Excellency Tun and Her Most Gracious Top One will now take their leave from the hall.
TYT punya. Masuklah. Tapi kamu sekejap switch lah. Sebab dia bercakap lah. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, live. Yes, live to YouTube. Yes, under UTS page. Yeah, the whole from the beginning. Yes, yeah, from the beginning. Tanya Joe dengan Yun sekali ya. This 1 2
Mic test check.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony will resume, so we kindly invite everyone outside the hall. Please enter the hall.
Test check mic 1 2. 1 2. Test check mic 1 2. Test check mic 1 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony will now resume. We kindly invite everyone to please rise and remain standing as His Excellency Tun and Her Most Gracious Topuan will now enter the hall. Thank you. Please be seated. His Excellency Tun and Her Most Gracious Toh Puang, ladies and gentlemen, we now present a poem recitation entitled Silent, to be delivered by Miss Sheiza Amira Binti Prem, a student of University of Technology Sarawak. She will be accompanied by Mr. Danny Robert on the violin.
I live not to ask if you love me, because you never do. I don't know whether you ever will. To him, I hope that you'll do. I live not to ask if you love me, for I'm scared of the no. If that is how you'll answer me, I know that I don't want to live anymore. I live not to ask if you love me, for you might say, oh, please, I'll know what you mean, and surely I lose my living jest. I live not to ask if you love me, for I dare not to do so. Oh, please, do help me to keep the light of my heart aglow. I live not to ask if you love me, for I live just for you. If your life is taken from you, I'll pray that my life will be taken from me too.
Thank you, Ms. Sheza Amira and Mr. Danny Robert for that wonderful and heartfelt performance. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Dr. Anwar Rapai to welcome and join His Excellency Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar on the stage. His Excellency Tun will deliver his much anticipated statement lecture entitled History, Law and Governance. Let us all put our hands together to welcome His Excellency Tun and the Honorable Dr. Anwar Rapai.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Salam Sarawak Maju Makmur. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the volume of talk that I'm supposed to deliver today, there are 2 volumes. So I was asking Yang Muhammad, Dato' Dr. Anwar, how long time you give me? He didn't answer because he couldn't. The draft is about 53 pages. Of course, it double spacing, font 14. I'll try to make it short if I can, because I would like to invite people to ask me after that. My talk, as you have been informed, is about law, history, and governance. Sound very unique, but actually it is a very common thing, that the daily thing that you come across every day if you are working with the government especially. But then there may be a twist in my understanding of what happened. Over the years, I worked with the people, government, for instance, and I have observed the many, I'm looking for a word that less dramatic. The many failure, I can't find a word. The many failure in a policy of the government because we fail to understand, 1, the law, 2, the history behind the creation of the law that each and every government officers are responsible to enforce or to perform or to produce result. So if I were to read this, it sounds a little bit monotonous, but anyway, I will do that so that it relaxes you a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for being here today. And of course, I would like to thank the UTS, Dr. Professor Khairuddin, the staff of media, Dr. Firdaus, where are you? Are you around? Yeah, there he is. At first, it was supposed to be delivered verbally without the PowerPoint. Remember that I'm a baby boomer. I was born long before this kind of thing happened. So I never knew how to use PowerPoint. But then one day I was talking to my daughter about it. She's not here, she was supposed to be here. Ini mesti salah menteri ini. She said, Abai, make it more attractive, he says, so that people can focus something you are going to talk about. Produce a PowerPoint. So I did everything myself. So last night we were talking how much it costs Jimmy Carter for giving talk to university. I said the cost is around 150,000 USD for one talk. After some time, he delivered nothing. And yet, he being paid 150,000 USD. But this one, it took me about a week or 2 to prepare. I'm not too sure whether UTS is going to pay me anything or not. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, like the draft says, I'm the baby boomer. And there will be no joke, there will be no, I'm not a normal, usual professors or lecturers that you come across. I'm just an ordinary guy who would like to deliver his ideas a little bit here and there, share some experience that I had with you. And perhaps you would know, you will learn something, both of us, all of us. So the title, yes, Fikri, can you start with the A, first one, the fourth one. There you see the supremacy constitution, per constitution, state constitution, Yang Persatuan Negeri Executive. What happened here is I'm going to explain to you what actually happened to every government officer, particularly the ministers right down to the office boy. Here I'm talking about the supremacy of the Constitution. Let me explain what does it mean. We inherit our system of government or administration from Westminster. But the difference between UK and us is that UK, they have the supremacy of Parliament, where Parliament can make law, any law at all. According to Lord Reid, in the case of 1965, he said, if Parliament were to make law to say that all the child that born with the green eyes will be killed, no system in the country can say the law is illegal or void or invalid, because the supremacy of the Parliament can simply just make any law at all, no matter how horrible it is. It's what the supremacy of Parliament, United Kingdom mean. But in Malaysia, ours is different because we have written constitution. So it is the constitution that's supreme. And we say the constitution of Malaysia is supreme. And yet it is not. How it is not? Because if you read Article 74 to Article 77, that has caused a lot of problem to all of us, administrators, to federal boards and the state also. It divides which one they call it the list, is the state list, which one is the federal list, which one is the concurrent list. That means both sides can do it. It just remains static there, it doesn't matter, just explain constitution first. So, the federal can only make law or regulate something which is listed in the federal list. And the federal also can make what is listed in concurrent list. But the state can make law only affecting something, or with respect to something in the state list and also in the concurrent list. So the limit here is both the federal constitution and the state constitution is limited by the application of Article 74 to Article 77. And the unique part is Article 77. That is very much in the state favor. What is not being listed in either federal list, the state list, and the concurrent list, it belongs to what they call the residual list. The residual list is under the purview of the state. Only the state can make law. But unfortunately, over the years, in Malaysia, we have seen some laws made by the federal under the state list. So therefore, we can question the validity of that law. So over my time as just 13 months as Minister of Law, I questioned many. So the question of the competency of Parliament to produce such act of Parliament, because it's not listed in any of the three lists. It's not listed in residual because residual has no list. You just pluck some word and you got to find if this in either of the three lists. If it's not, then therefore it becomes the state matter. Only the state can regulate. But unfortunately, over the years, some case in federal, they make law out something they pluck from, not from the list. And therefore, the question is whether it is valid or not, that kind of law. Another one, the federal also did. If you want to know more, later on my lecture in UNIMAS, because that's under different thing. They pluck from somewhere the name and amend the constitution and put into the federal list. And I thought it was correct. Parliament did it because all they need is ask Parliament to vote. So they have the majority vote of even one person, then it is become the federal list. But those who did know the history of that one plucked from somewhere and put in the federal list will just get misled as well. That is where the history come in. You got to know the history of that law itself, where it come from. That's how I'm talking about history. Okay. I'm talking about the state constitution, also the same thing. The limitation of the supremacy of law, supremacy of the constitution under the state constitution is limited to enacting ordinances on things under the state list, also under the concurrent list. Include, that belong to him, under Article 77 of the Federal List. The state constitution is recognized by federal constitution under Article 71. So therefore, the federal cannot deny that such a thing could be done by the state, provided the state don't enact ordinances under the list in list of the federal. But if they do that from the concurrent list, then there is a regulation made by the constitution itself in the event that anything is not consistent on the two laws, both the federal and the state regulate. Where overlap happen, then the law of the federal will prevail over the state matters. So I didn't want to mention name of the people who made a lot of blunder in this. I've been watching, I've been keeping record of all those things. So this is how the state, and then I mentioned about Young Di-Pertuan Negeri. Why I mentioned it under this particular what is it gone, missing? Number A again, please. Young Di-Pertuan Negeri. This is about the appointment of Young Di-Pertuan Negeri because I'm going into the laws of the state. Go back. Young Di-Pertuan Negeri. The Di-Pertuan Negeri, under Article 1, I believe, of the state constitution to say that the Di-Pertuan Negeri will be appointed by the Agong. This is under federal constitution. And actually, it is state constitution, but it's Agong who appoint the Young Di-Pertuan Negeri. And I put executive in the bottom there. I got to repeat it again. Not being familiar with this kind of system. And that is why my PowerPoint is kelang kabut also lah. So, why I mention it there is simply because I thought that when the power of being when the Young Di-Pertuan Negeri being appointed by the Agong, under the power of the state authority to appoint the Yang di-Pertua Negeri, then the Yang di-Pertua Negeri become the head of state. At the moment, a lot of, just give a little explanation here. Yang di-Pertua Negeri, it is not the governor, yeah? But please let me explain. In 1963, when the Constitution of Sarawak came into being, the origin of the Constitution of Sarawak was being drafted by the Intergovernmental Committee. The subcommittee, the Intergovernmental Committee, drafted a draft of that state constitution for Sarawak, for Singapore, and for Sabah, North Borneo. Then, under Malaysia Agreement of 1963, it was stated that the draft to be presented to the Britannic Majesties of United Kingdom for the approval in the Queen in Council for the enforcement of the three constitutions upon the state become independent. So as on the 16th September 1963, when the Queen Elizabeth withdrew her jurisdiction and sovereignty from the state of Sarawak, state of North Borneo, and Singapore, then the Constitution of Sarawak drafted, given the power under the Royal Britannic Majesty, become the constitution of respective three states, fall in line exactly 1 second after 12 midnight of the 16th, it become the constitution of the state of Sarawak and respective for Singapore as well as for North Borneo. Then from that point on also, let me tell you the story or history. The post of the governor was abolished and replaced by the post of Yang di-Pertua Negeri. So therefore, there is no more governor for Sarawak. Only Yang di-Pertua Negeri as the head of state for Sarawak. So I sent a message to Datuk Sapri, have we ever restored the position? Jadi governor balik tak? Datuk Sapri, as far as he's concerned, he's never been restored. So therefore, the post of the the head of state for Sarawak, as well for Sabah, is Yang di-Pertua Negeri. But in case of Sabah, 16 September 1963, the head of state for Sabah was Yang di-Pertua Negara. But it was changed later on in 1976 to become the head of state, become the Yang di-Pertua Negeri, to standardize the title. So, okay, that's the history part that I'm telling. So, now, the Constitution. Back to the state constitution. The state constitution of Sarawak vested the authority and the function of the state on the Yang di-Pertua Negeri. Meaning, I put it here, but I'm not going to read it. Any chancol the government officers want to do, it is the head of state got to chancol it. Any pukul he want to do, it is the Yang di-Pertua Negeri got to pukul it. Any tali to tarik by the government officers, it says Yang di-Pertua Negeri got to tarik it. That's how it looked like in the constitution, because all the power and authority vested by the constitution, by the state constitution, to the head of state, to Yang di-Pertua Negeri. But then it says again, Constitution of the state also said this. It says, anything that the TYT want to do, he must have the advice of the cabinet. Not minister, not premier. It's the cabinet of the cabinet. Therefore, now the Chancellor no longer to be held by the TYT, but it's going to be held by the cabinet members. From premier and all the ministers will carry the Chancellor, tarik the tali, everything. But then TYT is empowered to pilih among the elected members of the Dewan Undangan Sarawak after election, whom the Dewan has confidence in the majority to become premier. Then he became premier, and premier after that nominate among themselves the DUN members to be nominated as minister. In this case, there are two things. One is the appointment of premier by the TYT. And TYT have no power to remove premier. But the ministers, ini kena bagi tahu awal lah, is serving the state at the pleasure of TYT. Mana mun saya orang ada orang ngeciati saya gila lah. Tang ada Datuk Sri Roland ngano saya pulang saya madah abang Johari remove jaknya tu. It's my pleasure. So that's how it works. So premier cannot be removed by TYT, even though he appointed. Very strange. Under the Constitution, actually the right to hire and to fire belong to one person. But in this case, the Constitution protects the premier. He cannot be removed. But of course, like what I said just now, minta maaf lah, Dr. Roland, I'm not going to remove you. You're a good guy lah. You have been doing very well. We need you lah. Still a lot of things to be done. Premier could only be removed by majority of the House who disagree with him, who didn't support him. So premier could be removed. So naturally, from there are two thoughts. One group of thinkers says that premier could be removed, or chief minister or prime minister could be removed by just showing statutory declaration. But my stand is no. My stand is it must go to the Dewan. It must be voted in the Dewan. And people gave the instance of Perak. Happened in 2000 berapa? The past become MB of Perak. And he was removed by the Sultan. And that case cannot be used as an instant. Do you know why? Because he went to the Sultan to say that I lost a majority. Once he say he lost a majority, then the Sultan have no choice. So the Sultan's action was right. But if somebody say, I'm the chief minister, come on, don't remove me. So the only one you can remove is the Dewan. Must be voted in the Dewan. Then the MB, chief minister, can be removed. That is the very basic. Now go back to this thing just now. The second one, C, go back to C. how the executive obtained its powers. Okay, just now I have already in passing said that is, the Constitution says it vested its power on the TYT, and authority on the TYT. And then the TYT, like I said just now, cangkul, menyangkul, tarik, menarik, semua, it belonged to him because he vested the authority to manage executive of the state. But then again, Pelembagaan also said that TYT cannot act. That includes cangkul, little bit pun cannot. It is, as long it is on behalf of the government, he couldn't do it without the advice of the cabinet. So that means cabinet must meet first to decide, boleh tak tun nyangkul saja kelak? They cannot. Kata lewat members, bila asyik boleh lah. So cannot, bila cannot, that means you go back to the cabinet. How do we do it? So we go down the line, JKR may happy to do it. That's how the delegation of powers from the cabinet to the ministers. So the state cabinet is the managers actually of the state. The management administration of the state under the Constitution of Sarawak and the Constitution of any state for that matter, include the federal administration, is by the federal cabinet, the state by the state cabinet. Or in the case of a country, a state that doesn't use cabinet, they use EXCO, is managed by EXCO, not by individual person. So the EXCO or state cabinet is the one that holding the powers. In the case of Sarawak, the state cabinet is holding all the powers of doing work. And the cabinet, of course, comprised of, later on, the premier will agihkan ministry, who do what. So, my experience, I came across a KSU who think that the power don't come from the minister, but come from the KSN. So I give lecture like this. Where your power come from? KSN is the secretary to the cabinet. KSN giving them the allocation of work, duties, briefing, and all that. It's not. It is the cabinet that have the power, given the power to all the ministers. And then in the case of Sarawak, is permanent secretary. You must listen to you. Sometimes you'll be surprisingly find that the minister has no power under the law from your experience. But you find that your KSU or director has some power under the law because the Constitution has spelled it out. Some powers given to the TYT, vested to the TYT, but TYT got to do it under the advice of the cabinet. That means we become cabinet powers. But then there's some powers given direct by the ordinance straight to individual. That means director, even permanent secretary, to sign certain thing, to endorse certain thing, to consent on something. That under the law, that's provided by the Constitution. So to legitimize the action of every individual officer, but still it doesn't matter, it like that. You may have the power under the ordinance. When you serve under that ministry, you are accountable to that minister because that minister accountable to the cabinet. And the cabinet manage the whole country. So you cannot avoid to kata you besar-besar lagi, aku got the power under the ordinance, not the minister. So I'm bigger guy lah. It happened. I didn't want to mention name lah, but too big a name, a character in federal level. When something happened, he didn't even listen to the minister because he hold the duty, the power under the law. Parliament gave him the power. He forgot one thing. Parliament, before it received the bill, must be agreed by the cabinet. His minister was sitting down there. His minister was the one who tabled the bill. That means his minister agreed that the power to be given to him. Failed to agree, and then after that, he made some big mistake during that time, and they want to recall him, remove him. So the only thing I mentioned to remind everybody was during ministers' meeting, I said, he is bigger than life. You remove him, it affects our PR for the whole nation. So the only thing is we got to advise the mistake that he is doing. We can't do anything. So to remind the people from PS downward, you are still accountable to your minister, because the cabinet, the minister is representing the cabinet. So that's how C is all about. From Yang Dipertua goes to the cabinet, and the cabinet advises to Yang Dipertua, and that is the reason why every before cabinet meeting, Premier come and see Yang Dipertua Negeri to brief him what is happening. And if the Yang Dipertua Negeri found a certain thing which is not sure, he need further information, he can, okay, can you delay this one first and go ahead with the other one, because I need some more explanation from this. That one, under constitutional provision, the Premier had no choice but to give me that information first, before the thing get through. So, that means the Premier, the ministers, are all representing the cabinet. I did mention this one already just now about where the Constitution come from. Don't be in doubt anymore after this. It came on the 16th of September 1963 from by the order in council by the Queen Elizabeth, under the Act of Malaysia, Chapter 35, United Kingdom. So the post of governor was abolished 1963, September the 16th, when the TYT was sworn in to take over from the governor of Anthony Waddell at that time, I think. So it follows. The TYT's title, Yang Dipertua title, plus the Constitution of Sarawak came exactly the same time. The first second of 16 September 1963, they come into being and become the state constitution, become the power of the state power for the state of Sarawak and Sabah, also of Singapore. Now move to number F. Now this one I would like to touch. It mentioned just now the flow of law, the authority of the state. Now I haven't explained to you, based on the Westminster model of government, there are three distinct organs. In my university, we use organ. Some universities use branch of the government. Three branches of the government, that is the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. And each and every one of these are linked under our system. Unlike their system, which is almost, people say, strict, they call it strict application of separation of powers. Some of the contoh or example people gave is the US, which is also not really true. There completely no complete separation of powers. If I were to tell a history, but it is not the time, because I'm talking about something else. Actually, it dates back to the 1200 in England, when the strict separation of powers happened. How it happened was that the parliament, when it was formed, started to become legislature in 1414 in England. The legislature simply make the law. What member of parliament believe is good law. So they made the law. And they expect the thing to pass down, and the king must execute it, because the king at the time was the executive. But king feel that he's crazy. How can this parliament giving me instruction, doing all these things? But of course, he was not personal doing it. His soldiers, his police, everybody, tech people are doing it. But then still he feel it was not correct. So over the years, there was a struggle. That's what people say, a struggle between the king and parliament for over 400 years, from the 1200 to the 1600, until it culminated in the law being passed in Parliament England in 1640, and the law was put on hold for the next 19 years. Because there's a time when Cromwell cut the head of the Charles I, and then he took over, he became the Lord Protector, and after he dies, and people thinking that his son would take over from him, but the son was a little bit a drunkard and was very weak, not a warrior like his father, Cromwell. So that's why they took again Charles II, the King of Scotland, who happened to be the son of the King Charles I, that Cromwell killed in 1640. So that also the date, the beginning of the date of unification of England. That means unification of England and Wales, Scotland and Ireland to become one nation, because the King of Scotland become the King of England. So King of England govern Wales, and King of Scotland govern Ireland, and therefore they become the Union of England, United Kingdom at that time. And then it became a legitimate law in 1707, the Union of the United Kingdom. So then the Bill of Rights was passed, and the Declaration of Rights was passed. Then the Bill of Rights determined the separation of powers to differentiate this is the judiciary, and this is the legislature, and this is the executive. So the king automatically lost a bit of their powers. So of course it's very difficult for the king of that time, because the warrior king, they always go to war, and they are the boss, they are the absolute monarch. Everything that goes, everything that according to his wish and demand. So now the Bill of Rights was passed because the weakness of Charles I, that's why he was killed, and the weakness of Charles II after that, when he took over from Cromwell. So the delusion of the politics that coming in 1688 in England. When politics start coming in, the Conservative Party was passed. And that is how the dilution of the absolute, complete separation. So there's no exact separation of powers in Britain. But when America drafted the Constitution in 1776, they followed the old England. They didn't follow the 1600. So because they have war really after that, before that, you see. So England and UK, US already become distant. So that is why when they drafted the constitution, they followed the old English separation of powers. That's why a little bit more distinct, more strict in terms of separation of powers. So now this question of separation of powers been discussed, whether it is being implemented fully. And I just came back from Ghana, 27 September 2023. I attended that meeting. And the discussion was, they call it the principle of the Latima House, or Latima House principle. The discussion basically on the separation of powers, whether the government of Commonwealth, there are 56 government Commonwealth, whether observing the separation of powers or not. So the various stage of observation on the separation of powers in Commonwealth. So now I'm going to the H. Can you go to H? Fikri. Now they begin to go into the main part of lectures. What it means here is, let's say the cabinet decided on something, for reason or something. There must be a background, the background for some law to be met. I'm sure Dato Sri Fatimah, Dato Sri Roland is very experienced in that. The reason for law to be met, they always be. You read in the cabinet papers, you know the reason. There's always a reason for the law. Otherwise, the cabinet will pass it. So after the give full reason, let's say now Dato Roland or Dato Fatimah want to make a law, then she got to tell the story, the reason behind it, the dream behind the solution that it come, what thing she want to solve out of creating that law. And that is where I am talking about the history behind the law. Because every law that we created is always history. So now the cabinet see Datuk Sri Fatimah paper, for instance. And Datuk Sri Fatimah, if my amalan in the federal level is being used also in Sarawak, get the question from all the ministers from here, in case of here, Premier, in case of Semenanjung, a lot of people will ask you, why must we come up with this law? And then she got to, they call it, mempertahankan your paper lah, in the cabinet. Once the paper is agreed by the cabinet, then only it become the AG works to produce the blue, in case of federal, blue paper, they call the bill, to be brought to Dewan Undangan Negeri. In the Dewan Undangan Negeri, again, if you go back to what the practice in federal, everybody was talking about it. They have their own view, they have perception, they have own interpretation of everything about it. Even though it may not exactly what the minister is having in mind when the minister brought the paper to the cabinet, and may not be the one that cabinet was thinking about, but the people are raising up so many kind of questions. And never mind, but Dato Sri Fatimah and Dato Sri Roland will go and answering all those questions, whether relevant or not relevant. It's up to her or him to answer, because the question is being raised by members of the Dewan Undangan Negeri to show that the reason for the law. Maybe not all the reason in the cabinet being produced. Only during pembentangan, he mentioned about the history behind it, but briefly, because the cabinet paper is actually restricted in terms of telling everything. So, eventually cabinet agreed. Then masuk Dewan. Dewan also passed the bill. After the Dewan passed the bill, then it goes again to Yang di-Pertuan Negeri for his keberkenanan dalam bahasa Melayu ataupun for his assent to make it become law before being gazetted. So this is why when we talk about Dewan Undangan Negeri in Sarawak, we are talking about these two persons. One is the Dewan Undangan Negeri, the other is the Yang di-Pertuan Negeri. Because it doesn't become law only being passed by Dewan Undangan Negeri. And then I believe Sarawak didn't amend the constitution in 1994 when the federal amended Article 66 to say that the law having passed by the Dewan Rakyat and Dewan Negara sent to Dudi Tuanku Yang di-Pertuan Agong, if after 30 days not being assented to by Yang di-Pertuan Agong, nevertheless the law will become, the bill will become law. But Sarawak, we didn't amend our constitution. So the TYT still have the original power, just like Westminster, to stop that bill from becoming law if he received a reasonable account why it should not become law. He can ask the minister, he can ask the premier to come back and explain to him before he signed it to become law. So Dewan Undangan Sarawak is two persons, two units, two bodies. Yeah, that is the Dewan and the TYT. Then it become law. Now, let's say everything goes smoothly. TYT sign, and the next day, either Dato' Roland or Dato' Fatimah's law ask the officer to send back to AG, please gazette this one, and the draft gazette come, go back to the minister, sign it, and then it gazetted. From that time on, the law become enforceable based on what he said there, because some laws can be enforced, certain part of it, certain part no. But let's say the whole thing is being enforced. Now, it goes back to the cabinet, because not everybody being instructed, not everyone told, because the paper is already gone through. It becomes the cabinet role to make sure that the law that already been passed by the cabinet, passed by Dewan Undangan Negeri, agreed to and sent to by the Yang di-Pertuan Negeri, become law of the state, be enforced properly based on the history of the law to satisfy the history, and based on the wording of the ordinance that being passed by the Dewan Undangan Negeri. But sometimes, if you don't read, simply because this law was being passed, let's say 20 years ago, one after the other minister come in and come out, and then the one minister deviate a little bit, the next minister deviate a little bit, the other minister deviate a little bit, the practice become, they don't refer anymore to the law. They just continue to do as it is. That is why I put something you must read, you must understand the law, history behind it, in order to really perform your work in doing the governance. So I'll give you some example later on, become more interesting. The reason why this is very important, because let's say Datuk Sri Fatimah law. She went to some place and they see something done, and who like to see the same thing to be done in Sarawak. Now, let's say palliative care for sick people in Sarawak. It doesn't matter the age. And then he agreed that required a bill to be passed and brought to the cabinet, and then he did all these things, and then he create the house, create the care, create the what do you call that, the collaboration with many people, hospital, NGOs, everything like that, for instance. Let's say 10 years down the road, people really lost the history. What happened before that? So people just carry on, just do what the next guy did. That is the thing that I mentioned. Don't jump into the gutter. Meaning you go have a look back into the history of the law. Read what the law was doing. That is what Datuk Fatimah at the time intended. The care, palliative care was supposed to be. And then if you have deviated from there, you got to ask yourself whether the need during Datuk Fatimah time and the need during your time, 20 years in the future, is different. If the need is still the same and that law becomes relevant, then you must follow the law. But if the need becomes totally different, there's no more need for that, then you got to change the law. Don't just carry on. And that's what it means. You must understand, read and understand why the law was enacted, scope and parameter given, the dream and the aspiration of the person who started it. Very important. Because that's the dream and aspiration of the state. Because it was passed by the cabinet. It was passed by the Dewan Undangan Negeri, representing the rakyat of this state. That's why it became the aspiration of the state. That's why if you don't do it, the dream becomes just a dream. Everybody must go back and start reading. Go to K. K. Your K and my K lain open. The same, okay. Tadi dia bagi tahu dengan Dato' Roland, sometimes my eyes blur. So, let's say 10 years down the road, you follow all the procedures, very efficient office staff, Auditor General didn't touch your work, everything, no, basically everything was perfect. But if you deviate from the history, you don't fulfill the dream and aspiration of the person who created it, which is already entrenched in the law, it doesn't make you a good officer. But then everybody sees that you are the best because you follow all the things which is government rules, everything. But then you didn't achieve the aspiration and dream. So it becomes valid. This is why I said it's very important to understand the history behind every law, to understand what the law actually wants you to do, follow that. And now I give you example. Berapa lama lagi, Dr. No time limit. Aduh. You ask top one. You give one Junaidi talking kata dia, you give him writing, he forget about his food. Okay, let me try to give you the example where the mistake, a little deviation, costs a lot to the country. You remember in 1969, the racial riot in KL. Then emergency was declared. And then after the emergency, in 1970, Tun Razak created two laws. One, to create Felda. And the other was the one to create the Uda. Now, let me explain what is the function of these two and why it was created. Tun Razak, his Megaran, believed that the racial riot arose from the Malay dissatisfaction. Can you imagine, the Malay at that time only held 5% of the national wealth. The national wealth in 1970 was very small. And when you hold only 5%, the Malays and the Bumiputra hold 5%. It's so small. And that's why most of us were still cycling at that time, 70. And some good guy have scooter, Vespa, Lambretta of that time. Few managed to buy cars. Very, very few. Mostly government officers. So based on theory, the reason is because the Bumiputra didn't have property. Very interesting. This is a theory also being made by a guy by the name of Thomas Apero in US. He is the one who says that the equality, property and equality are the same. If you don't have the property, your equality is not terjamin. So, Tun Razak may never read Sapiro, but I read because I was interested in the new economic policy. I read quite a number of affirmative actions writers. India, America, in many countries, apply affirmative action. Only in Malaysia, the distinction in Malaysia, it was done by the government. But in the US, by the NGO, interested group, concerned group, for purpose of the same thing with India. And their new economic policy came into being. The whole idea was so that the government can assist the Malay and the Bumiputra to increase their social status, in the word of restructuring Malay society to eliminate identification of race with economic function, to elevate the economic standing of the Bumiputra community. That's a Malay, the Bumiputra. So he created two distinct instruments. Felda is to develop the rural area land, while Uda is to develop urban area land. A very interesting part of it is, in Semenanjung, also like in Sarawak, until today I was told there are nearly 3 million acres or hectares of native Kashmirite land belong to the native. But economically, it has no value. You can't go to the bank and mortgage it to make business out of it. You can plant, you can develop it, but then again, still in the smaller scale. So there is no economic value, even though there is value, but economic value that you can, it is not bankable. It cannot be used as a platform. So similarly, in Semenanjung, the Malay Reserve land, and it is controlled by the Constitution. Unfortunately, in 1957, it must be maintained 50%. Over the years, as the encroachment of the development for the urban development, most of this land has already become commercial centers and everything. So this is where Uda was supposed to play the role in Peninsula. Unfortunately, Uda was not allowed to enter the state at that time. Uda only managed to enter the state in 2016. But Felda, they started the Felda scheme in various states in Peninsula, plenty of land. So they split among the Malays in the rural areas. To certain extent, we can see UDA was very successful in giving that. And yet, our achievement in the affirmative action for the new economic policy was only until 2017, because I didn't have a figure of the latest figure. Only 14% individual wealth belong to the Malays and Bumiputra. But if you include the institution, like SB, Tabung Haji, all those, Hazana, come to about 18%. Can you imagine after 6 years we couldn't achieve the 30% that targeted by Tun Razak at the time? Now, Tun Razak has got a very, very good planning. The policy itself is fantastic. So he created the two agencies. But what happened was, the Felder did all the works, quite maybe thousands of hectares of land was being developed, and the agih-agihkan to the smallholders in the peninsula, and a lot of them have been doing very well. At a certain stage, some of them become millionaire when the government acquired those land for some purpose. But then what happened to Felda, UDA was different. I'm not saying bad about this, but what happened just 10 years, 10 years after UDA was formed, incorporated in 1970, it was privatized. So can you see the difference? When UDA was formed, it was supposed to do the social work for the Malays and Bumiputra. That means to develop the land in the city centers all over Malaysia. It doesn't matter whether it is in Sarawak, in Sabah, Semenanjung, Johor, or Kuala Lumpur. Land belong to the Bumiputra, land belong to the government, develop. All the common land belong to the government, that is the native reserve, the Malay reserve, develop. Give value added to those property. But then, in my writing, I said it, Felder and UDA lost their way. They didn't do that. They did the easier way out. Develop the government's land, give back to the government. Develop the local council's land, give to local council. That was not the objective of UDA. UDA's objective was supposed to develop the land and give back it to Ahmad bin Abu bin Amin, whatever the name, or Jumat bin Jili, whatever. It must go back to the Bumiputra, must go back to the Malays, so that increase the Malay holding in property. Because the property will increase in value, that increase the economic cake of the Malays through land holding. And that's why Sapiro talked about no matter how good the black in theory in America, they can never chase the white man. You know the reason? When the white man came to America, they can see as far as the eyes can see. Oh, that's my land. And they remove all the Indian from there, the local settlers, they move and push away. They take over the land. So the land belongs to them. Over the years, they did that. So meaning, there are so many American pioneers of that time own huge land. And that's why New Zealand, only 5% left. Land belong to the local. The rest all taken over by the white. The same thing in America. All land belong to orang putih, no more land belong to the black. So no well the black going to be, the black American, will never chase the white American because of the landed property, the increase in value. So Tun Razak looking at that way, can you imagine? Okay, let me give you another example. When Miri was being developed, you know the place called Krukup? Anybody from Miri here? Krukup. Shell area in Krukup. Selepas Fatimah Hotel, Jalan Merbau, just beyond there, acres and acres and acres of land. All for Shell staff, the junior staff. And two of them happen to be my relative, Amikade and Hamza. So they removed the people to develop into commercial area, macam the Imperial Hotel, all those. And then these people are moved to another place, farther off. When it was built in 2003, not even a track going in, but housing estate inside is good, but the access in was not good. So I remember visiting my uncle during PBB convention in Miri. He said, he said, look at me. I've been moved here. The house is sold to me 20,000. But then he said, not even access. Motorcycle can only go through, but the car cannot get through. And the government never built a road. What happened is, just 10 years after that, another convention in Miri. I went over. And of course, the road already going in. Asked him, me, how is your house? Katanya. Orang nak beli di katanya. 500,000. Can you see? Just matter of 10 years. The house that sold to him for 20,000, now 500,000. They asked him, are you going to sell or not? No. Tunggu lagi, naik lagi agak. So that is why the black will never chase, according to Shapiro in America, about increase of property. That is what Tun Razak wanted UDA to do, to keep shop not just for rental to make small businesses, but to give shop, to give house in the city center, every city center, in the whole of Malaysia, to the Malays and the native, to Bumiputra. Can you imagine if they did that all the time from 1970 to today, how big is the Malay and the Bumiputra holding in all the city centers of Malaysia? And we will not remain as 14% or 18% as we see today. The reason behind all this is, I was the minister for MIDEC in 2020. I took all the laws of every agency. For one whole week, I sit in front of my desk, I didn't do anything, just looking at the law, everyone. And then I read the UDA punya law. It's never been amended, it's still there. The dream of Tun Razak is still in the law. Everything is still there. But where UDA? So I went to the office. Well, everybody happy. They are doing this, doing that, doing that. And then the, what do you call that? Dia punya, what do you call the account? The account book? The account book, so much money. So to them, it was successful. After the corporatization, 10 years after being incorporated in 1980s. Of course, corporatization, because when Tun, what do you call his name? Tun Mahdi took over, he corporatized. So corporatization is basically to look for money. The social work of UDA become the back burner. It's not being the first in the front row anymore. So the struggle Uda was making money, developed big thing. But who owned those property? The Malays, the Wiputra don't have the money to buy. It cost million in million. Can you imagine if that million belonged to Malay or Wiputra? So Uda lost the track. One day, I went to the office. Wow, they're happy to say this one report book is very good. I said, have you seen your law or not so far? Then everybody gelek palak lah. I said, look at your law first. What exactly Uda was supposed to be? So I was basically what people say, pouring cold water over the happiness of Uda. I said, you got to retract. Remember your social obligation when you are formed in 1970. Then only you can be proud of and show to me. So there is one. Then it happened in Sarawak. Now I mention your brother-in-law. One day, a guy by the name of Abdurrahman bin Yaqub, orang Kampung Pendam. He was in the police and he was about to retire. He bought a house in Surabaya, Indah. In the agreement, it says, you can beli the rumah tu, but you can exercise your option to buy. There was agreement by Housing Commission. So 6 years down the road, I was having my legal practice, and this Yaqub Abdurrahman came to my office. He was crying. He was crying. I asked him, what happened to you? Orang Sejaya, next to Kampung Madam. He was my classmate in primary 1 and 2, 3, 4. What happened to you? Macam ya lah katanya, Wan katanya. Okay, tell me what the story. He bought a house 6 years ago and he paid 300 ringgit per month. And according to the impression that he got from the person in front of whom he signed the agreement, that he can exercise his option to purchase. Then all the money that he paid will be accumulated to become his down payment. Okay, let's say, make it round figure 300 for 6 years. Setahun, 3,600. 6 years, 20 over 1,000. Good mathematician can come with the figure. But then the time he was about to exercise his option, Housing Commission said to him, no, your payment all goes into the bayar of interest paid by the Housing Commission for borrowing money from the bank. So you don't have any option. Do it. So the price after 6 years is exactly the same price that we signed the agreement 6 years ago. That's why he cried. He was thinking he had over 20,000. Then my good friend, Dr. Abang Raup, came to my office. One, can you drop me opinion on this one? Can you tell me what it is all about? I said, give me a couple of days, then you come back. Couple of days later, he came back. I completed my opinion. We are expert making opinion. We are legally trained in the UK. Any UK trained lawyers will know how to write opinion. No other university in the world being trained to write opinion, except in the UK, in the Council of Legal Education in the UK. Dato' Michael, you dari UK kah? Ngangguk patutlah senyum suka. Kena puji ya. So my opinion panjang. It covers, this is the thing that I wrote down, what I covered in the opinion. The purpose of establishing Housing Commission of Sarawak. What was the purpose? What enabling ordinance state about its role and responsibility? Dua, the principle of fair contract term and the imbalanced bargaining power. Legal analysis on sale and purchase agreement. The discussion on who bears the responsibility for paying the Housing Development Commission's bank loan interest. And most importantly, reasonable expectation of the buyer. So panjang lah. My friend Dr. Raub dapat typical of him. Muka si senyum juga. So I told him, you better fight for these people. They are not one, I said, plenty affected. Somehow or other, the thing went into some big guy lah. And all of a sudden, my legal firm kena blacklist. When Junaidi tu mandi je. Habis cerita, no more work from the Housing Commission. My legal firm was not struck of the role of the Housing Commission, but was not given, assigned any kind of job, simply because I gave that opinion. Tapi, as a member of parliament, I'm happy because I was doing for rakyat. It doesn't matter, personally to me, I can still survive without work from the Housing Commission. But what I said was, what is the reason for the establishment of Housing Commission? Simply because to give house to the people who got no house. To sell it cheap, not making profit. So the question here is go back to the same basic. Why the law was created? What the problem it meant to solve? Whom was it meant to serve? Was it because we didn't read? We didn't understand what we read? Or what it is? So this is why it was years after the enactment was being passed by Dewan Undangan Negeri. So the dream and aspiration of Dewan Undangan Negeri at that time had failed because the Housing Commission, people charged with responsibility on Housing Commission didn't do it work. But okay, just now I mentioned about economic policy by Tun Razak and the other one about the Housing Commission. But look at what Premier Abang Jo is doing now. Starting from Darul Hana. The first meeting I had was with Pehin Taib. At night, pukul 8 malam. He called us. I think Dr. Rahman was there. Pemancar Rashidi was there. And a few, Pengulu Sidek was there. And a few others, Ketua Kaum. And Housing Commission was there. When, after 2007, now I tell you that what happened in Rohana. Dato' Najib said he want to visit my kawasan. So I insisted that he visit Bintawak. A lot of politicians in Sarawak marah. Kenapa kerja Junaidi ngembaknya kampung nak si ada wang? I said, if I want to bring him to a good place, then I don't expect anything from him because he's good. So I want to show him the bad part of us so that he can assist us. So that's my idea all the time. But I didn't bother about the two after that lah. Whatever happened to me, it's not important. So I brought him in 2008 8 to visit Bintawa. Hishamuddin, Jambatan Ubo. Tergugur masuk dalam lumpur. Rasalah kau lah mati aku. Nayum rasa datang mai kawasan. Then Najib say one statement to me. If this happened, because he just came back from Pehin, he just came back from Lubuk Antu. He visited Pehin, visited Lubuk Antu, then came down to Kuching, visited the place. So he said, if it is happened to be in Lubuk Antu, if this happened to be in Pehin, I said, I take it. But this is in Kuching, he said, just opposite that, you can see the town. Why that is like this? So I said, I got one word. You give me the money, I improve the situation. And Dr. Rahman knew it. That's how I created link road inside the kampung Pulau, Semarang, Bantawa, about 9 kilometers of it. Motorable road. Mulanya orang tepi jalan nak simpan kereta. And later on, Abang Jo came with a plan. It was Abang Jo came with a plan and showed to Dato' Najib new plan of development. Najib talked to me about it in KL after came back. Couple of months later, we were called for a meeting. That meeting yang ada dengan Dr. Rahman ada. I mentioned few things to Pehin 3 type. I said, one, I don't want it to be what happened in Jalan Satok and Jalan Kulas. We have to find a mechanism whereby redevelopment to modernize the Malay Kampung, but without selling the property. I don't know how the mechanism works, how could it be done, but please try to find out. Otherwise, there's no point of developing the area and later on orang Melayu nun diantar ke luar bandar, as we have always practiced. Because orang Satok, orang Berjalan Kulas, tahu tak sini tempatnya? Ada di Jalan Tun Abdul Rahman, di tepi Jaya yang ada perumahan di sana. There's the house, Makno Daim pun rumah panjangnya. There's a settlement area for people yang diam di sana. Yusuf Masaneh pun ada rumah saya juga, keluarga adanya. The system of developing Satok was not really fair to the people who settled there. So I told to him, please do different. Alhamdulillah, the plan came, then we have Darul Hana. Now I think I told Premier, please make use of this as a blueprint when you develop elsewhere. That termasuk di Sibu, kebakaran, apa yang dah macamnya. Please implement this one here. Not by taking people land, build beautiful shop houses. Orang Melayu tengok saja, kata leh Datuk Sim. So, I insisted to Premier, anywhere you go, whether you are doing it in Kapit, in Sibu, in Baram, please follow the same system. Can you imagine di kampung Sungai Berdaun? Datuk Aung Tengah, at my request, 2003, mengisytihar Sungai Berdaun jadi traditional kampung. And later on, Najib dengan Tok Danan kah? Mula-mula agreed, a joint venture, mula rumah masyarakat rakyat sebenarnya, tapak di Sungai Berdaunnya. Later on, BN kalah, and the state took over because the federal are no longer doing. So it became also for the people daripada kampung-kampung Melayu di seberang tu pindah yang nucleus family. Jadi all this development give asset to orang kita Melayu, orang Bumi Putra. I madang Abang Jo, it doesn't matter wherever the development we make use of the same system, especially dengan Bumi Putra. It's not because of anything, it's just because the spirit of it is to assist the people who cannot afford it without your assistance. So, the cerita tadi, it goes back to why we didn't read history. Now, Just make a story short, otherwise kawan belakang dah ngantuk. I want to make just two more examples. After we have seen UDA, Felda, and then we have the Housing Commission, and we saw MA 63. Have people ever remember or not? Why we are still at this stage today? It was signed in 1963, July 9, 1963. Act of Malaysia, 1963. Act of Malaysia amend the Constitution, Malaya, 1963. Malaysia Agreement give us the leeway. But I must remind you that MA 63 to the British is nothing more than a treaty. A lot of people didn't realize that. To a British, it's just a treaty to decolonize Singapore, Sarawak, North Borneo, and Brunei at the time. That's the whole idea. They put aside other territories like Cocos Keeling, Christmas Island. They put aside. They just want this because in Malaya alone, they have three kind of Pantaberan, Federated Malay State, Unfederated Malay State, and State Settlement. Three kind of administration within one cluster. That is why they tried the Malayan Union, but it failed because it reduced the power of the king, eliminated the power of the king. It no dream, no nothing behind it. It simply did how the British think it ought to be done at that time. Because when they unified, they also follow the same thing. That's why Scotland is suffering, because the power only in the center. So they want to follow exactly the same thing when they did in Malaya. But it was resisted by UMNO. UMNO was born in May 1946 to resist the Malayan Union of 1946. So Malayan Union lasts only about 2 years. Then the Federal Agreement was signed in February 1948. And then it became federation. Then the Malays happy because it became federation. Election in 1952 to elect 52 members in the local assembly. They call it Federal Legislative Assembly or Council. In July 1955. Then, habis election, the alliance menang, kalah satu seat saja, PAS dapat satu seat. The alliance, dari MCA, MIC, and UMNO menang 51 seat. Then, Tengku Abdul Rahman appointed Chief Minister. On the 1st of August 1955, Semenanjung Tanah Melayu or Malaya, Federal Malaya, become safe government under Tengku as a chief minister. So, jujur saya ada cerita hal MA 63. I reserve for that one. So why we didn't read the article after we signed all these things? We didn't read the document. Of course, MA 63, there are several documents. The most important one to read is the Intergovernmental Committee. Because after the agreement was signed, and then Act of Malaya was passed by Parliament Malaya, Perlembagaan of 1957 was amended, and then it became Perlembagaan Persekutuan Malaysia. So once the thing is done, so Malaya, then Sarawak, Sabah, and Singapore become independent. 16 September 1963. As far as the British is concerned, his work is done. The call by United Nations in 1948 to decolonize all the territories outside already being achieved. They don't worry anymore. But luckily, there's a clause 8 of the Malaysia Agreement. It says the government of the Federation of Malaya, the state of Sarawak Sabah, will enact law ataupun make whatever cara untuk melaksana what has not been included in the Constitution. Why didn't we do it? Why didn't we read for all those years? Because we didn't read. That's what I'm talking about again. When we didn't read, we couldn't find a mistake. For over 60 years, small mistake discovered dalam Federal Constitution to find out that of all the Constitution, of all the agreement, Pangkor Agreement, the essence of Pangkor Agreement include a Federal Constitution. Do you know which one, the Pangkor Agreement? Pangkor Agreement, most essence one is that when the resident was placed in every state at that time, after Pangkor Agreement in 1874, was that the Sultan must ask for advice from the resident, and whose advice must be complied with. There's a term diberi dalam Pangkor Agreement, the essence. But can you have a look at our constitution? The TYT cannot cangkul unless you got advice from the cabinet. So now instead of resident, there's a cabinet that's being introduced into our constitution. So Pangkor Agreement was included. Federal Agreement 1948 included in the Federal Constitution. And of course, the agreement of 1957 was included in the Federal Constitution. Tetapi apabila we formed the Malaysia in 1963, kena the agreement of Malaysia not in masuk dalam perlembagaan. That's why every time our officers pergi ke KL ngata, where is the thing? So this constitute all this, the thing you mentioned about is all on a treaty. Treaty is not binding, you know. International law, siapa study international law? The treaty does not bind you. Unless it incorporated become a state law, then only it binding. So we fail to have a look at MA 63, constitution that we amended, whether intentionally or negligent, for not putting MA 63 inside the Federal Constitution, masa amending in 1963. So MA 63 was not recognized by the Constitution of Malaysia until December 2021 and 2022 gazetted on the 11th of, or 11 or 22 of February. Then baru MA 63 recognized. And then Premier ngubah nama Chief Minister jadi Premier. For too long, we didn't look at it. We didn't read it. So, I was lucky to sit as a Minister of Law, to have implemented it. It's not easy, very difficult to convince everybody. So now that's the reason why it became a very strong foundation upon which we talk to the federal on the question of right under MA 63. Orang kata most of the right is already in the Constitution, because in 1963 when we amended the Constitution under the Act, there is. But then the thing in the intergovernmental committee report is not being implemented. And that's why they provide under the agreement, Article 8, to say that the federal government, the state government of Sarawak and Sabah must try to apply that one. And we didn't do it. Most probably kita si baca, lazy baca. That's it. That's the reason why my talk situ jadi to me is very important to understand, to know the law, to know the history of the law, and the purpose of its existence. So that jangan berlaku lagi macam ya. So nak di ujung tu Datuk Anwar is masuk bakul angkat sendiri. What I did when I was in MIDAC, which in 17 months in MIDAC, I create a university. I managed to get a university approved, MQA approved, everybody approved. Then university now is ongoing, doing PhD as well as masters. And then Bank Rakyat, I recommended Bank Rakyat. I said, bank is not only doing banking, must do something else. Bank Rakyat, MIDAC spend about 400 million on insurance annually. I said, how much out of this 400 you pay to the claimant? They didn't know because some other people provide insurance. So from my calculation, during that period of 17 months, I studied all these various things. And then I found out if you do insurance for Bank Rakyat, you can make the return of 150 million annually. Can you imagine how much money I gave to the bank Rakyat if they do it? I didn't have enough time to do it because I had only 17 months, but they came and see me to say that they are going to implement. University Koperasi I mentioned, Koperasi. When I came in, both the chairman of Suruhanjaya Koperasi and the CEO of Suruhanjaya Koperasi helped by one person. I said there's no check and balance here. So I split them. Follow new law. Amend the law. Is it still amend it? Split. So the two posts, there's one CEO, the another one is the chairman. So I said, never mind, we spend a little bit more, but there's a check and balance. Not like the previous exercise you have for the last how many years? Why nobody noticed this? I attend the meeting as a CEO, and I'm also the person, the chairman of the board. During my meeting in our administration the other day, we need this. And the boss said, just angguk, then finish the meeting. Then they realized the stupidity of the thing like that. So I changed, split it into two, have 2%. You spend more because you have to spend to pay CEO and pay chairman. But then it is the wisest thing to do for check and balance. To avoid the ridiculousness of the arrangement. Because somebody made a mistake in drafting the law. So the same thing with MA63. Collaboration with SAG, Datuk Talat, and this one. First, we want to amend just on the question of recognition to be given to MA63. But at the end, I was thinking of myself. Can you imagine my anak not Bumiputra? My anak not Bumiputra, anak Michael Manyin bukan Bumiputra, anak Profesor Karudin lah, bukan Bumiputra. Padilah pun anak bukan Bumiputra. Banyaklah, I mentioned a lot of names. The reason because Article 161, bracket 161E, bracket 6, Constitution, definition of the native, define only the native kahwin native produce the anak native. So it doesn't matter whether the father is Malay or Dayak or Iban or Melanau or whatever, the anak will come up non-native. So I was thinking, what happened to my Bumiputra land? Whom I'm going to give this? Ni pala juga fikir lah. So pada dengan Datuk Talat, one Sunday I met him in September 2021. I went back from KL. I told him, Datuk Talat, I would like to see you on Sunday. And then everybody came. Datuk Talat came, Supri came, his deputy. And then we talked lah. I said, what about removing this one? Just abolish the federal one and remove it to the state. Let's set it aside. Very good, kata Datuk Talat. Provided you can convince everybody lah. That's my problem lah. As long as you support, I get no problem. So, Premier came to KL to meet Member of Parliament Sarawak. Every session, you mesti berjumpa lah. So we met. That night, I have one request saja. Madangannya minta whether we can abolish Section 161, 6 bracket A, 6A, abolish that one and serah the thing to Sarawak. Okay, katanya no problem. Sekejap aja. Semua okay. Then I had to go back to AG's Malaysia lah to convince him that the best thing, just abolish the thing. After all, he said, not your case. This is all Sarawak matters. Why should I go with this thing? Because every time we discover something, we got to ask you to amend the Federal Constitution. It's not easy to that majority. And I said, the factor here in the Constitution presently, I said, based on Tom Harrison punya study in 1960, so we have 23 ethnic group only. So unfortunately, Ranomina not belong to one of the native lah. You know, Ranomina is Lako. It's not in the list. Ranomina, YB, not in the list. So I convened the AG Malaysia, then agreed, then we dropped the law to abolish that one. So one, just little bit sebenarnya, amendment just to recognize MA63. The third was to abolish that one so that we become no problem. You know why I knew it was a problem? I look at the Constitution, 23. Then I discussed dengan Gilbert Ipoy. Tahu kita? The former director of museum. In 2014. He said to me, 43 ethnic group in Sarawak. Then I went to see Talat. Talat said 70. Hey, why increase so cepat? Because that means our researchers are doing their job. To find there's a new group of people which is different language, different culture, different, that one, they knew it. It's not the same. So if this request, I said, every 10 years you have to amend the Federal Constitution. So exactly that everybody agreed. Abang Jo dah agree, Talat and Sapri dah agree, and then AG Tan Sri Idris Harun agreed, okay, come up with the papers. That's how it was tabled in December 2021, and the bill was passed, and then diserah kepada Duli Tuanku in January 2022, and then approved, extended to, diperkenan Duli Tuanku, the bill. And then, Alhamdulillah, with that, Malaysia agreement, just like Pangko agreement, just like Federal agreement of 1948, and also the Federal agreement of 1957, recognized by Federal Constitution to give us the strength and the leverage to tuntut our right. Tadi Datuk Sri Roland nunggah orang minta tepuk tangan. Saya sejam lebih dah kelakar, si ada nepuk tangan. Nya meh aja aku nada lagi. Terima kasih for listening. Terima kasih for not sleeping. I have been wanting to say it, and then thank you again to UTS, particularly Dato' Khairuddin and Firdaus, for agreeing to be the host, and most importantly, agree to be the publisher of the two books, and agree not to claim the right over the two books. So, thank you so much. And for those in the panel just now, thank you very much for the nice comment. But to me, let me tell you a little bit about the book, Triso. It was written as a child was born. It was in my laptop for years. Whether to publish or not publish, not publish to publish. Then, where Raja? Is he still here? Ah, there he is. Then he came to the house. We talked about something else. Asked him to have a look at it. Then he said to me 2 weeks later, "Hey, Tun, very interesting this book. Oh, come on, man, I help you to read through, proofreading. Being a writer is no good to be a proofreader. I have written about 16 books, and include these two that published. It's about 17 books. Bukan nipis, mostly about 300 over. I have 2 or 3 more in my laptop. I'm still considering. I talked to Dr. Rahman whether he agrees or not. Get his consent." So that's what it's all about. Okay, about the poetry, I compose poetry as and when my feeling being touched over the years. Can you imagine the silence just now was 1967. I was still a young man at the time. So the detupan of my heart became the word in my poem. So over the years, I've been writing, not as a writer like Yusuf, not a writer like Diana, who constantly writing. I'm writing when I'm sad. Actually, one of the poetry, very interestingly, Tanah Ladangku. Please read that one. Actually, I would have asked them to review that one, but it's a little bit political. Bila saya minjam loan dengan Mara, saya dapat approve. Kecil hati saya. 32 orang Sarawak pergi attend interview with Mara. Among them was Tan Tek Ong, Chal Kanapati, myself. Out of 32, only 2% given. You'll be surprised. The person given was Anthony Nogue, later on become deputy minister. And the other guy was Inspector Ang from Penang. So I said, obviously, Mara is for Semenanjung Malaysia, not for Bumiputra Sarawak. I'm less Bumiputra as compared to Ang. Ang Cina dapat, I Bumiputra si dapat, I said. And that's why my poetry of Ladangku. Duduk di sangkar emas, tetapi malang sudah tergadai. Kebebasan telah tergadai. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That's all. Thank you for patiently waiting. Thank you.
His Excellency Tun and the Honorable Dr. Anwar Rapai kindly please remain on the stage as we proceed to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, let us once again extend our heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Tun for his inspiring statement lecture. Your wisdom and insight have truly enlightened us all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the most anticipated moment of today's ceremony, the official launching of the book Teresa Little Star and Silent. With this, we would now like to respectfully invite the following distinguished guests to join His Excellency Tun on stage for the symbolic launching ceremony. May we kindly invite all the honored guests in front, the book authors, Mr. Yusuf bin Mustaneh and Madam Diana Ninkan, to accompany Her Most Gracious Top One to the stage. To officiate this momentous launch, we would now like to invite His Excellency Tun to kindly come forward and perform the symbolic act of launching by inserting the key card into the designated slot. Ladies and gentlemen, let us count down together. 3, 2, 1. And with that, the books are officially launched. Teresa Little Star and Silent are now part of the literary world. Thank you, His Excellency Tun, for officiating this special moment. Now, with the highest honor and respect that we invite His Excellency Tun to sign the books on the book stand. Thank you, His Excellency Tun. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to another significant segment of today's ceremony, the symbolic handover of books. It is with great honor that we respectfully invite His Excellency Tun. My apology. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to another significant segment of today's ceremony, the symbolic handover of books. It is with great honor that we respectfully invite His Excellency Tun to kindly step forward once again to perform the symbolic handover. We now invite representatives from the following institution to come forward and receive the books from His Excellency Tun. Representing University of Technology Sarawak UTS, yang berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Firdaus Abong Abdullah. Representing Pustaka Negeri Sarawak, Miss Kesia Fifi Telesa. Representing College Laila Taib KLT, Mr. Dennis Meringai. Thank you, His Excellency Tun, and to our distinguished representative for your gracious participation in this symbolic moment. We now respectfully invite all our honored guests to kindly accompany His Excellency Tun and Her Most Gracious Top One to return back to their respective seat as we continue with the ceremony. His Excellency Tun and Her Most Gracious Top One, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the next segment of our ceremony. It is my great pleasure to introduce our next performers, the esteemed students from UTS, No Aisha Jamri and Seri Tari Kenyalang Dengsi team. They will be presenting a traditional Malay folk dance, Tari Tualang Tiga, which beautifully capture the accent of community and cultural heritage. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Menyusun tari ala tari, sembah diberi, cergas tangkas ala sayang gerak dan geri, menjunjung tinggi amboi tinggi seni sejati. Pusaka asli ala asli, hai ibu pertiwi, melenggang gaya ala gaya gerak wanita, dengan tari ala sayang tualang tiga, menjunjung tinggi amboi tinggi seni budaya, dikenang bangsa ala bangsa hai sepanjang masa. Langkah serentak ala saja sama bergerak, sigap gaya ala sayang pendekar putri, bertepuk tangan amboi tangan tanda berani, tiada gentar ala sayang hai membela diri, menjunjung tinggi amboi tinggi seni budaya.
Thank you to the talented students of University of Technology Sarawak for that beautiful performance of Tari Tualang Tiga. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the Statesman lecture, book talk and book launching event. On behalf of the organizer, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to His Excellency Tung and the most gracious Top One and all our distinguished guests for your presence and support here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remain standing. His Excellency Tun and her most gracious Top One and honorable guests will now leave the hall. His Excellency Tun and her most gracious Top One will now leave the hall. We kindly invite the remaining invited guests and students to proceed to Hornbill Hall 1 for lunch session. I repeat, we kindly invite the remaining invited guests and students to proceed to Hornbill Hall 1 for lunch session. Thank you.